So today I'm gonna do the Buildspace project. I've watched their stream, which is here, the recorded version, and it pretty much explains the basic stuff in the beginning, but I didn't do anything still. Not still, yeah. Set up your Judge, Judy, and CA, or thanks for the follow. Set up your env, start working with the blockchain. Before anything, we need to get our local Ethereum network working. So what I remember so far from the stream they did, he pretty much did initialize the project on JavaScript, which I'm not sure. I don't know how to do. I remember that I learned from Free Code Camp, but I forgot. But I think he used npm start something. Then he downloaded some application called SafeFat. Something with that. I don't remember exactly the name of the application. But he explains pretty much that this application allows you to work with the blockchain locally and simulate what the Ethereum blockchain would be like. Because once you deploy your contracts, once you build and deploy your contracts, you can change them. They are immutable, which is nobody apparently figured out a way to solve this. Because let's say you ship a product and then you want to change something later on, you can't, because you can't change the contracts once they are on the network. As far as I understand from what he was teaching. And then he did a JS file, and he made an API call, if I remember. And he explained something about the call. I think the call talks with SafeFat and then receives some information, and then you need to put something for the call to wait, because there's a delay for the network to verify the contract, for the miners to verify the contract. The miners are pretty much computers spread around the blockchain that is they're gonna verify your contract, from what I understand. And there's a difference between proof of work and proof of stake, and I don't remember exactly all the nuances of those differences, but I know that proof of work is basically computational power, and you have a bunch of servers or a bunch of computers trying to solve equations of the hash function that validate the transaction in relationship to the whole chain. And whoever solves the equation first gains the mining fee. And each 4 years, it becomes more and more expensive to do that. And that's the thing about the inflation on Bitcoin or something like that, is that there's a limited amount, and each 4 years it becomes harder and harder to mine. So there's something that happens because of that, which I'm not exactly sure all the implications of that and what it really means. And then proof of stake, if I remember correctly, is people are incentivized to stake some Ethereum of their own. So they buy Ethereum and they stake it on the network, and that validates the transaction somehow, but I don't remember exactly. And that's something I will probably look at through this course as well, to remember and to increase my understanding of exactly how these things work. And Cardano, I think, uses pool of stake, which maybe is a hybrid between the two. And this adds some way of centralization to the network, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to work. So, no, you need to spin up. This is what I remember so far. Let's see exactly what it happens. What do I need to do? See, now I need to know that is that a smart contract is a piece of code that lives on the blockchain. The blockchain is a public place where anyone can securely read and write data for a fee. Think of it as sort of like AWS or Europe, except no one actually owns it. So yeah, it's basically a decentralized database. So in this case, we don't put your wave at us. The bigger picture here is we're going to write a smart contract. That contract has all the logic around how the waves are handled. This is like our server code. Our smart contract will be deployed to the blockchain. This way, anyone in the world will be able to access and run our smart contract. When you build a client website, hard hat, that's the name of the thing. And use some commands, I think was save, hard hat, dash that, save, dash hard hat, something like that. Save dev. Let me open VS Code here. There's a file for this. I don't think I'm gonna put this on GitHub. Maybe I should. Maybe I'll do it later on, once it's done. Yeah, this is the issue about not being able to use two screens when I'm streaming, because I can't record both screens at the same time. Okay, we're going to be using a tool called Hardhat a lot. This will let us easily spin up a local Ethereum network and give us fake test Ethereum and fake test accounts to work with. Remember, it's just like a local server, except the server is the blockchain. Quickly compile smart contracts and test them on our. First, you need to get node and npm if you don't have it over here. If you don't have it, head over here. I don't think I have node.js, but maybe I should do this on the virtual machine. I think I'll do it on Windows. Install git node.js and I think I have git. I don't remember. Okay, so I don't understand. But I think I have to download all of this. Too many files. So I remember there was a way to do it from the command line. Which I think is this. Oh no, this is the file you need to download from. Oh, got it. So node v12 axis bar. Okay. Let's see, or Z on that side. It's probably inside of this one. I think I've downloaded this before. Let me see something. Yeah, I already have this. Yeah, Linux is a lot easier to install these things. Again, it's telling me that it's not a term recognized. Maybe it's on the computer term. Or on Git terminal. Oh no, I think on the video he does on the project. because it doesn't make much sense to do on a computer. Yeah, he makes a directory, then he moves to the directory, initializes this on the directory. Or maybe this solution. I don't think, maybe I got to the part of the NPM on free code camp, but I don't think so. I think I got to the API calls part, but I don't remember really well. I just know that is an asynchronous function. That's because you have to wait for the server response. There you call the API, then you have some method to handle whatever you get from the API. And an error message if you don't get anything. This is the smart contract. From the command line. Maybe that's why developers use Linux instead of Windows. Just a lot faster to install things. Oh, maybe I have to run it here, this thing. The data we just to install it. That doesn't make sense at all. Try to move to the folder that I have the project on. There was a command to change from the C directory to the F. I don't remember really well. we'll screen over the lessons, and then I will come back and research how to do this. Okay, now we go to the next lesson, assuming. So I don't think he actually taught us how to install this. I'll stream again first. Here it just explains what the website will do. It's a very simple website, but the main purpose is the blockchain stuff. It starts on 17 minutes, why? So it's on MacBook. Yeah, he just installs the thing. I just do npm. Something like that. Let me delete this file first. I think it's just this one. The native module. Some npm modules need to be compiled from C, C++ when installing. If you want to be able to install such models, some tools, Python and Visual Studio tools need to be installed. Automatically install the necessary tools and note that this will also install chocolate in the script pop up in a new window after the installation. I don't think I'm going to install this. I think it should be done. See if it works now. It still doesn't work. It's weird. Then you should create the file first. There's something wrong with VS Code, I think. This not doesn't seem to be working. So now it works. But I think it was a problem with VS Code. I don't understand what this Y does. Invalid name, wait, solidity. Can be found in. I think this is the same message that he got there. It's a shame that this is very small. Let me zoom in, make the video be bigger without making it from the screen. So here he just presses enter, I think. Name can only contain URL friendly characters. So I guess it's because I put the name of the file with the symbol. but I can't make it with the dash because it gives me an error. So what if I want to have a special name? Yes, you just did the standard by pressing enter every time, but his file also has a dash on it. Maybe it's because of the solidity. I can change the name of the file, but I think I wanna first do this. Because then I'm gonna learn now. Yeah, I stopped just before the NPM stuff. So this is okay. Just type everything. Oh, now it works. So now I could create a Git for this. Maybe I'll do that. log can be. Oh. Perfect. Here only let's see what he did. He just left everything empty. Install the dev. I think that's it. Hopefully works. Maybe I have to initialize the GitHub repository as well. Because that just specifies the nodes thing, but doesn't specify doesn't create a Git repository, a local Git repository. Yeah, now it's installing this stuff. I think what this is doing is creating a node on the node.js thing, a local node on my computer, so I can build the site using node.js. And I think node.js is the backend site for JavaScript. One of the languages that are possible for backend. And then what this does is it initializes the framework, or I think it's a framework in your computer, so you don't have to write all this stuff every time you're gonna do a project. I think this project is gonna be shorter than I thought it would be. Yeah, then this hard hat is the application for developing. By the way, you can watch this stream that they did on Buildspace Twitch channel. Just go on Twitch and search for Buildspace. I think they have the recordings there. Oh, I think it's stalled. Just want to try to git ignore. I don't think git ignore is basically a file that tells your local host on Git to ignore. It's pretty self-explanatory. So when you commit things, you won't commit those files. But I don't think I want to do that. But it's yes by default. And this need to, well, I just changed that, but I don't know how. It was true, but I changed it to false. I think I just pressed F on the keyboard. And maybe here I could press M. It shouldn't make that much of a difference. You need to install these dependencies to run the sample project. npm install, save dev hard hat, blah blah blah. Project created, see for example. Mine is already open because now if I remember correctly, it's going to delete one file, create another one for the smart contracts. Module not found. So mine doesn't give the same message as his stuff did. The code is really easy. This is the most annoying part. Setting up everything correctly. So there's 3 files that we didn't found. For some reason. I'm gonna search this. Yeah, I might need to do the pre-code camp lessons on NPM first to understand what's going on. Need to understand what the command is doing so I understand what possible things might be. Might be the problem. Saying you can't find this module here. And it requires a stack, which is 3 files. LHT config.js, node module. So I suspect that the installation was not correct. That's probably why I'm getting this. Maybe this thing. Yeah, the same name here, I think. I'm gonna try to run this command. Okay, so the other ones in PX hard hat compile. And this is the documentation. In a way, he's good at stuff happens because um, it helps you learn more. I think the way that Solidity works, which is the language that Ethereum uses, is pretty much the same way that all the other languages function. Just the syntax that changes a little bit. We have functions, we have classes, objects, all this stuff, arrays. But then instead of the information being stored in a database, it's stored in the blockchain, which is decentralized. And as he is going to explain later on, you have two types of functions, public and private functions. And public functions are functions that everyone has access to. So when they're connecting to your website or your application, they can call those functions. But private ones are probably, I don't think he explained, but I think the purpose is for more the function of the site itself, kind of like the back end of the site. And the thing about being immutable is kind of yeah, I think I will need to watch a lot more videos and maybe read some stuff about this. I kind of have a superficial idea the concepts and how it works on a more of a macro perspective. But when it comes to how the stuff actually works, then I don't really understand. Like I know what hash functions are and the transactions, the blockchain stuff, but how it actually happening is still unclear to me. Just like the stuff about the servers and the client side, server side, and stuff were unclear before I started learning how to program, and now I feel like I have a much clearer vision of how things actually work on the internet. I have the same stuff about the blockchain. same lack of clarity. But I think what's probably gonna happen in the future is that we're gonna have companies and governments functions as so slowly to the smart contracts and artificial intelligence connecting with itself. On 3000 vulnerabilities. When npm audit fix. I feel like I did this before, but it might have done on the virtual machine, that's why. So I was watching a conversation between Stephen Wolfman, I think is his name, and Nassim Taleb. And as he was talking about, I think that's what's gonna happen. You're gonna have markets that are run by transactions of bots instead of people, and you're gonna have goods being translated through that chain without having to use money, because everything will be connected and updated automatically through the networks. And one question I made, and I don't think he answered on the live stream, is that if it's possible for two networks to connect, like have ADA and have Ethereum. I don't know if they use the same language, but they are two different networks from what I understand. And is it possible for these networks to connect through a common smart contract? Because they're probably going to be written in different languages, I think. So there probably will be or already exists something that translates the language, just like you have on the internet with compilers, with the normal internet, the web 2.0, that translates one language to the other one. So I suspect that we're gonna have this as well, if we don't have already, for blockchains. And then we're gonna have a network of bots communicating with themselves and creating systems that allocate resources based on the Nash distribution, on the local Nash distribution of the equity. The equity of space-time based on the resources that we have. Probably something like that. And the fact that the things are immutable, in my mind, can be a very big problem, because you obviously might want to change things, especially as they get really big, because the bigger they get, the more momentum they have, the more inertia. So if you build something on these immutable blocks and it's something very bad, you can have the paperclip problem. Nick Bostrom. Okay, so now I think it should work. Let's pray. Pray it works. So I can move on this stuff. I'm gonna go back a little bit. I think he used npx hardhat. npx hardhat compiler. Compile. Now I'm getting the same thing that I was getting before. Seems like it's working. Nice. That's cool. I don't necessarily want to understand everything on the project. I just want to do it and go through it kind of fast, because I think it's better to do the free code camp stuff first before I start really diving deep into blockchains. And also learning a little bit of Python, which the free code camp has. It's going to be helpful, I think, as well. So is this the stuff that I have to take a picture of? Because if it is, I'm going to do it now so I don't have to think about how I can get this again. Compile test. Go ahead and open the code for the project now in your favorite code editor, like VS Code S. We want to delete all the lame starter codes generator for us. We don't need any of that. Rows. Go ahead and delete the file sample. So this file is the one we should delete. And under test, also delete sample scripts JS. So where is this sample test.js? I think it's here. So I should delete both of these files. Then delete the greeter.sol under contracts. And I think this is the stuff from the framework. It comes ready for you. So this is the function I was talking about. I think this is an asynchronous function here. It calls the NumPy and waits for a response. And after it gets the response, you have two methods, which is then that tells your code what to do after the response, and you have the catch, which catches the error if you don't get a response. Don't delete the actual folders required before you click next task. Note if known to this, there's a reverse set. Add to course chat and post a screenshot to the terminal and the output of the test. Right, okay. I think I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna post on the Discord as well. So I need to take a screenshot of this, I think. go back to the video. I think I'm gonna do everything following the video, and then I'm gonna go through the lessons. I wish, bro. I wish. Hopefully I don't delete anything that I shouldn't by mistake. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Alright, sure. Open this video and I think this is only gonna save the link, not the, yeah, it saves the HTML. Oh no, try to open this video on another window so it's bigger. I don't think it's gonna be possible, but some stuff. They probably thought about this. Though they don't care, I don't think they care if you watch the video on another. Maybe here. How can I see the whole thing? I'm just gonna copy the element and then. So we have the source here. If that works. Oh, maybe their Twitch. They can go to their Twitch as well. Watch it from there. It doesn't exist. Let me just go to that, which is easier. I'm not really sure if I can watch. But you only can watch live. Yeah. So view was on 32. This. Oh, it's a different time. Because they cut a bunch of time that there wasn't anything. I'll do the Git stuff later, so I don't mess this up. So I don't risk messing this up. And also obviously shout out to them, because it's really amazing that people are willing to do this for free. I'm sure they will make some money with this in the future, but still, it's really awesome that they're doing this. The same with Free Code Camp and all the project as well. It's crazy how much you can learn just for absolutely free. I'm gonna upload the thing and move on with the tutorial, and then instead of need to be on that page to watch the video. Go here and upload the image. Some stuff on photo. Sure. Yeah, I don't even know where the ad blocker is. Here, extensions. I think this is fine. I have to sign in to post. Whatever. Oh, I didn't need to do that. I thought that it was required. Or maybe it was, I don't remember. This button was here before. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a screenshot of all of them. So I'm gonna leave this open. Solidity. This is the version. We have a color extension. No, it's not working here. Whatever. But oops. The extensions are not working, which is weird. I'm gonna see if I can turn this thing on to turn on the extensions. Looks like you're less synced on another machine. You like to merge or replace with your data in the cloud. Replace local. I think this is happening because I used setting sync on the virtual machine. If it doesn't work, then I'm just gonna do it without the extensions and figure it out later. And be careful to not show anything. I don't think it's gonna work though. take a picture of this. Just to put it here. I don't like that they did it. They made it as a requirement. Because you can post any link you want there, no matter that much. That's the next part. Oh, so I think I know why it's not showing up here. It's probably on the settings extension. In the configuration of the file, it doesn't specify that language, the Solidity language. Or maybe it doesn't have. I'll look at this later on. Truffle is probably another application that allows you to do. It's random. It's gonna go up once he executes. Oh, process. Reloaded one. Oh, mine was right. Run. Impact start at run script. Run. Okay. Oh no. So expected this, but got this on contracts based on line 8. What? Maybe this solves? I think it's this function here that it builds some stuff automatically. Let's try again. Let's start that. Run scripts. Yes. Oh, maybe it's contracts here. The semicolon and dot. So maybe this constructor function. I don't think this is gonna solve it, but I should erase this and see what happens. Still the same thing. Let me erase this. See what happens. Sync function name. See. Oh, this is the function that's wrong, I think. Because some of these is different. I think I had IntelliSense. I had IntelliSense auto completion there, and it completed something different than we do. Like this, which dot errors. Let's see if now it works. Hard hat, NPX hard hat. Still getting the same thing. Pretty sure the mistake is here, because that's what it's saying here. It looks like it's closing the way it should close. HH 600. Wow, that doesn't help much. Let me go back and see. See the way he did it. Maybe I need this. Let's see if this helps. So, he's gonna go over the contract, but if he doesn't, then I'm gonna go back on the video and see. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Mm. Seems like I did exactly the same thing that he did. Only here that he did this and I didn't. Oh, maybe that's why. Maybe that's required. Yeah, there we go. Finish. Yeah, nice. So this was the problem. I thought it was telling me to do. No, it makes sense. I thought it was telling me to erase this and put this symbol instead of this one. But I should have tried putting this there. So in Solidity, this is required. I'm not really sure what will be better to learn first on the database, on the server side, blockchains or Python. I should go to Python first. Maybe it's better to learn blockchain first and then learn Python. Because that can allow you to think differently about the way that things work. Maybe if I go to blockchain with this stuff from the way it's usually done, might block me somehow. Yeah, I don't know. At the same time, it might be a lot harder to learn the blockchain first because it might be harder to understand in the normal database and the way they usually the server side happens. So yeah, I think it might make more sense to learn Python first. Got also a question I have that I don't think I made. Yeah, I didn't make on the live stream. Is what happens if you have two conflicted story information? Like it's kind of hard to just say what I'm thinking about, but if you have like two applications that contradict themselves in the blockchain, so maybe that is because the difference is it should be automatic, right? The server, someone controls the server, and then the information goes through there to make calls and stuff, requests. Well, on the blockchain, as far as I understand, everything is decentralized. So there isn't anyone that is running the applications. So anyone can build stuff. And what if you build things that are not coherent with each other? I think that's the main thing, main question I have. How do you reach synergy coherence when you have a bunch of applications running autonomously without anyone controlling anything? Because if everything is built on top of smart contracts and reality becomes connected through the internet, everything like smart houses, smart cars, smart everything, and it's all artificial intelligence communicating with itself without no one controlling. How is that information is going to be? It has to be dynamically and connected everywhere, so we don't have pockets of uh, decoherence that are going to make reality imbalanced. Let's say. And that imbalance is going to be in relationship to something as well. And how we define that frame of reference. It's kind of like a body. The body, you have a lot of parts, and each part is communicating with itself. And they need to have some notion of the whole, so that they don't die. And the blockchain should have something similar, I think, because otherwise, this might be a lack of knowledge on how it works in the more practical side. But if you don't have something that updates the network and makes it all connected, and each part know about the other part, then you can have things like cancers and the paperclip problem. So how do you control that flow of information if everything is immutable? It's a big thing that I'm gonna keep in mind when I'm learning this. Try to understand more. Maybe I'm completely off, or maybe there's something else that needs to be done, or maybe other blockchains work differently as well. I don't really understand how they work and what their differences are, just on the surface level, but yeah. And that's something that I don't understand. If the data stays, how do you update stuff, right? How do you change the framework once you've done something that's really big? And there's a lot of users. I was going to speak briefly about this as well, because someone's going to ask a question about this. Still don't understand it. it's not brackets, is not parentheses, is bracket. Maybe. Person. I guess something that came to my mind of what I was talking about before is the biggest question is, what is the definition of the body in the case of humanity? Right? If you build everything on these blockchains and smart contracts, and everything is autonomous, and data is a bunch of AI connecting with themselves to these networks, are automating all the process of logistics and governments and businesses to provide whatever we want. How can we define what the body is going to be? And the hierarchy of values and priority that those chains of network of AIs need to have, so that there's coherence and synchronicity between them, so that it doesn't get into vicious cycles of destruction, which are going to lead to self-destruction in exponential type with artificial intelligence, because it just amplifies the power and the influence. And if you amplify the power and the influence in something asymmetrical, it's gonna collapse. Like we have right now with human beings, the net equilibrium distribution of market global economy leads to this self-destruction behavior, because of the logical consequences of the way that the consumers have to relate to the consumers, make the incentives for people to produce stuff, and there isn't a way to define that what's going to happen in the very long future. So we don't think long term, and we think more short term because of that. Everybody's trying to hack the limbic system to gain more power and influence. And everybody has to do that because we are all trying to survive. And if we don't do anything, then nature kills us. So, but if you build AI on top of that, then it's gonna be, it's just gonna be a crackhead, because you're gonna try to take our resources and feed the limbic system of everybody. Kind of like what's happening now with social media and porn and all this stuff. So I think the question is, how do you define what health is and what long-term, the optimal distribution of the long-term and short-term, and in a macro scale, taking into consideration everybody in Earth, because you can't really separate human beings from other animals and the atmosphere, the biosphere. So what's the definition of what's going to be good for the framework of the system to update itself and synchronize and search for coherence within the networks so that it doesn't create things that get out of control autonomously. And so far, as I understand right now, the way that it is being built, you don't have that because the data is immutable, and you also don't have any way for the network to know about itself, let's say, to be intelligent in that way. You only have the staking, which is some part of centralization, I think, and proof of work and proof of stake. That helps validate the transactions, but you don't have anything that makes the network connected, let's say. Because I think that having something fully decentralized is bad, and having something fully centralized is bad. And a good system is gonna be an artificial intelligence algorithm of optimal Nash equilibrium search based on the nuances of whatever the complexity is between the fully decentralized and centralized, which is an infinite amount of complexity. It might be computationally irreducible, which I think it is. But what we probably need to do is build pockets of computational reducibility that search for Nash equilibriums on these networks locally, and then converge somehow to an optimal global equilibrium using those local equilibriums, which are going to be imperfect and lack a lot of accuracy, but then you can create a loop that always optimizes and updates the accuracy based on the previous states of the network. But in order for us to do that, we need to have some way that to connect the states of all the, not only of Ethereum, of all the nodes on Ethereum, but all the nodes on all the networks that are going to be made and are going to be connected to the physical space once more and more things get developed and built on top of this technology, like Tesla cars. It's basically a question of what does hacking the system means. What does hacking Tesla and the cars, autonomous cars, means? Who has the ownership of the networks? It has to be the network itself, and it has to be based on values that prevent it from being self-destruction. And the definition of what that is, I think, is the biggest problem in a macro scale because of the complexity of all the interactions between human beings and other living things. That's it. I think I already did this. Yeah, here it is. I don't remember if I took a picture of it. But... I think I did this as well. This is not on the live stream. It's a big problem. Let me see how many. Oh, there's a lot more. He said they're not gonna have more sessions, but um, on my own. Maybe let's add some business to our contract. We want to be able to add some one wave at us and then start the wave that wave. So first thing we need is a function they call. They can hit to wave at us. The blockchain equals cloud provider cada like AWS, but it's owned by no one. Okay. So here's our update contract we can use to start with. So can we erase this stuff? Constructor console.log. The message here and the message here. The message is different here, but constructor is also different. The message doesn't make any difference, but I'll make it this one. Put some music. You can put Nebula. Here's our updated contract with industry store waves. This is what I do now. So it has a public function. I don't understand what it means. U public returns U int. I think it's to initialize on 0, as you said, but I'm not really sure. And they all just do console logs. This is the constructor, and this returns the total waves, which is initialized on the constructor. This updates the total waves to by 1 each time. So that's how you write the function Solidity. And we also added a total waves variable that automatically is initialized to 0. But I'm not sure if this part was done already. There's the function wave and function get wave. Shouldn't I calls here the get wave, get total wave somehow? Maybe they're gonna talk about this on later lessons. Function wave, function get total wave. Yeah, I should put something await wave contract dot get total waves. I'll see if they talk about this on the next lessons. But this variable is special because it's called a state variable in school because it's stored permanently in contract storage. We also use some magic here with message.sender. This is the wallet address of the person who called the function. This is awesome. It's like built-in authentication. Next, exactly who call the function because in order to even call a smart contract function, you need to be connected with a valid wallet. In the future, we can write functions that only certain wallets address can hit. For example, we can change this function so that only our address is allowed to send away. And maybe have it where only your friends can wave you. Updating run.js to call our functions. Yeah, this is the update part. Well, we need to manually call the functions that we've created. Basically, when we deploy our contract to the blockchain, which we do when we run wave contract factory deploy, which is here. Yeah, wave contract deployed. No, it's slightly different one hands. Maybe I should have done this and I didn't. No, const wave contract, await wave contract deploy. So wave contract is already this variable here. And is deployed and then called after being deployed. Our functions become available to be called on the blockchain because we use that special public keyword on our function. Think of this like a public API endpoint. So now we want to test those functions specifically. So const the person, meters. These words wrong. I don't know what this means. It's probably some JavaScript command or something like that. Const wave contract factor array. Do this, so it's better to see. I should put this symbol here, just because that's how they do it on the. Wait. Blind, which is this part here. So this wave contract doesn't exist. Go along. This is where it calls the other function. We just passed this thing to a variable. Assume it's gonna change value because it's using that. This calls the function through this wave contract deploy, which is this get contract wave bottom. I think this is something similar to that query selector thing on JavaScript and HTML, but for Solidity instead, where it just gets the functions from Solidity and puts them on a constant, so we can do stuff with it. The rest is the same. In order to deploy something to the blockchain, we need to have a wallet address. Hard hat does this for us magically in the background, but here I grab the wallet address of contract owner, and I also grab random wallet address and call it random person. This will make more sense in a moment. I also added console.log, contract deployed by owner address. I'm doing this just to see the address of the person deploying our contract. I'm curious. The last thing I added was this specific address of the person deploying our contract. Yeah, okay. That way, with the variables. We should just call the functions. Basically, we need to manually call the functions, just like we would any normal API. First, I call the function to grab the number of waves. Then I do the wave. Finally, I grab the wave count one more time to see if it changed. Run the script like you would normally. See, get any bugs. So line 15 of this. For some reason, working. I think it's because I forgot this thing. Let's see. These mistakes are slightly easier to find because it throws an error. The hardest ones are the ones that it doesn't show anything. If Ctrl deploy true, then it shows the address of who deploys. And so this is the random address, and this is the owner address. And these are obviously, not obviously, but I think they are fake contracts. They are used and created by Hard Hat to simulate the environment, but they are actually not real. We have one total waves. So here it shows number of waves, then full waves, and as another. You can also see that wallet address that wave equal to the address that applied the contract. I waved that myself. You can also see that wallet address. Also, these ones are the same. So we call our wave function, change the state variable with the new value of the variable. This is pretty much the basis of most smart contracts: read functions, write functions, and changing a state variable. We have the building blocks we need now to keep on working on our epic wave portal. So I think it's pretty much, it works exactly pretty much the same way that a normal application would. The only difference is that the way the communication happens between the application and the APIs, the server side is going to be through the blockchain instead. And this allows it to not be hosted by a centralized database and be hosted by the blockchain instead, and the miners make sure that the integrity of the application is correct, is true, based on proof of stake. But there's the issue of the data being immutable, and the also the issue of infrastructure and connectivity that I was talking about, in my mind at least. But of course, I might be completely wrong about this. Why do we do a wait text wait though? What are we waiting for? Why didn't we do wait after we read the total number of waves? So this is the question that he answered on the live stream, I think. It's because of the mining time. Why didn't we do a wait after we read the total number of waves? Maybe not, maybe something else. That's other users. So we probably want someone other than us to send us away, right? It'd be pretty boring if only we could send away. We want to make our website multiplayer. Check this out. I added a few lines at the bottom of the function. I'm not going to explain it much, but please ask questions in course chat. Basically, this is how we can simulate other people reading our functions. Keep an eye on the wallet addresses in our terminal once we change the code and run it. So change stuff here. Let's see. If counts the same. Let me change this weird text. T a wave TXN. Total waves. Oh yeah, that's some stuff. Didn't change. Oh. Wait with contracts. No. So this makes random person wave, and it connects through the contract. I don't understand exactly what it means, but this is okay. And this is duplicated here. And it's because he changed the person that is waiting, that is activating the function, the wallet, and then he has to call it again, I think. Just so show the difference. Maybe that's it. Like run first.wave is not a function. That's so run first.wave here. String is not a function. Oh, I did the brackets wrong. Now it should be right. Yeah, so now it changes the address here. Here tree. Is it the same? This is different. So this first one, he waved at himself. Here. Here. Wave contract.wave, it waves at himself. And wave contract.connect to run the parser wave. So this connects the random person, which is here, through the wave function. Yeah. And then calls it again. Okay. Summarize the code a little. Maybe you want to start something else. I want you to mess around. Maybe you want to start the address after sending. Maybe you want to store a map of addresses in wave counts so you keep track of who's waving at you the most. Even if you just change up the variable's names and function names should be something you think is interesting. That's a big deal. Question not straight up copy. Think of your final website and the kind of functionality you want. With the functionality you want. Once you're all done here, be sure to post a screenshot of your terminal output in course chat, and maybe mention something new you've learned about Solidity that wasn't covered here, that you learned on Lulu. So what can I do here? What is different? I think I would just do the simple thing. Because I don't have a lot of knowledge on how the server side works yet and the APIs and stuff. And that's gonna be the next part of the free code camp. I don't think I'm gonna spend a lot of time on this. Maybe on the future projects they have. When I have more knowledge and more experience, then I'm gonna try to do more stuff. And for now, just do the basic things. Just follow along, get an idea of what it is, how it works. Then later on, I can do different things. And so I know more about API calls and all this stuff. I don't know what the zitters mean. I just should Google that. I don't know if the get signers is specified here somewhere. I'm guessing it's a function of either JavaScript or Solidity. Getting an error message. Expression expected. Oh, with the dots. Again. JavaScript. Yes. It's the class. That signer method of Java class is used to get the signers of this class. Owner random person. So here there is, it isn't specified what is the owner and what is the random person. I don't understand where these wallets come from. Not specified here in the contract. Maybe that's something to do with the Ethereum virtual machine thing and the way that it's structured behind the scenes. The code from which the network works. And for now, what I think this does is takes true addresses and then let's see what's Ethereum library for JavaScript. These methods here. Oh, so I think I get it now. So getSigners calls the library ethers, which is the library of Ethereum for JavaScript, and then performs the function getSigners, which it is probably a function that gets the wallet addresses from the library of Ethereum. I wonder if it's all the same for all the languages, or and how does Python work with Ethereum? Should be interesting to know as well. Because it's a backend language, and Ethereum itself is a backend. Yeah, so how do you do data manipulation applications on Ethereum? That's also an interesting question, I think. If you have, if you want to have something that tracks viewers, for example, or subscribers, that kind of stuff, and keeps track of the data and optimizes for the data. You would have, in my mind, you would need to have a language for the backend inside of the Ethereum as well that communicates with Solidity. But maybe that's not how it works. Maybe there's a way to do it through Solidity directly, or maybe there isn't a way. It's impossible to build an application like that on Ethereum, but I kind of doubt it. That this is the case. So what I'm trying to do, I think I've copied this to time. So let's do contract.get total waves. Just assigning a different value for wave xm, which activates the wave function. And it's connecting to I wonder if I can connect after I've connected. Maybe this isn't working. Connect two addresses to the same variable. Maybe I can create a loop as well and connect a bunch of addresses to the same thing, the same variable. The person has already been declared. Const one person. Also here, it's already been declared. It's a problem. So let me adjust this. Let's see if it works. Wave contract connect, wave connect is not a function. Yeah, so we can't really do this. So let me do it like this instead. Wave text is not a function, so it doesn't work. I'll try to do wave. Yes. Now it works. For total waves, it's the same address. Yeah, I think I got it. When it's only one, it's get signer instead of get signer. Let's see if this makes thing. This bugs the thing. Yeah. So that should be signers, I think. Get signer is not a function. But this one is equal to this one. The second way. Verify myself here. Up here, the first one. And then a person. Then here is waving at the self again. Yes, because I would have to declare it here. Inside of the brackets with owner and window person. I have to put something there. Why went to do this one? I get the same address as I did on the first one, which is basically me waving at myself. This first const. Yeah. This is this function here. The total raise is this. Can make first let me try to fix this. I think this would work, but I don't understand why the other way doesn't work. Yeah, now it shows up a different address here. So this has to be inside the brackets here. You can connect different constants using this method for some reason. Because here you're probably connecting an argument, which, yeah. But in my mind, it makes sense that if you put it on a constant, it should be the same thing. Because the constant is going to be equal to this the sign, the address of this function here. So you should get that address even if it's declared as elsewhere. Maybe if I type let instead of const. Yeah, let's try that. I need to put in brackets again. Oh, it's already declared. That's the problem. Oh no, I forgot to delete from here. Yeah, now it gives me the same address again. I'm gonna do another function here just to see if I get it. Console alarm. Now this percentage, I don't understand why it's S there. The function get total up. New public. Yeah, here did S on the first and then the number. So I have the same thing, but for claps. And there's nothing about this unnecessarily. Yeah, this takes the name of the document kind of like the query selector thing for HTML. Puts on the variable, then this awaits this to deploy with contract. Then awaits with contract with dot deploy again. And it uses wave contract from contract to call functions. I'm just gonna do the same thing, the same way, so I don't look confused. Okay. Left, right, XN. I don't know what DXN stands for. Why he used DXN? Probably just some preference. I don't know if it's a standard thing or not. This should be up top there. This thing. So these are the count variables. And then every time it reassigns the value to call the function again. It's pretty much the same thing we did here. But I wonder if it's gonna get the same addresses if I do it each time. Like this just claps to self, and then if I want to clap to someone else, I need to connect them. It gets kind of confusing. It line 30, contracts waveform. Let's forget about this thing. Let's see. Anyway. Oh, didn't specify the initial value on the constructor. Identifier class text has already been declared. Oh, it didn't return. What else? And this I suspect is wrong. This percentage is here, but I don't know exactly how to do that. So on the random person, yeah, it says it's already declared, so I think I did something wrong. Let's see. Left and on the second time, yeah, I don't need to reassign. Yeah, there we go. But the percentages are on the left thing. Let's try to use the same. Yeah, I guess it's specific commands that exist to determine the addresses or different functions, maybe. Let's see now. Yeah, so now it shows up the address. And okay. So these, I think, are specific methods for counting for addresses. Once you're all done, be sure to post a screenshot of your terminal outputting core shot, maybe. How should I load? Is this fair enough? Deploy locally so we can start building the website. Running scripts should deploy locally. It didn't already deploy to my local network. Oh, sorry. Remember, when you run scripts, run.js is actually creating a new local with your own network, deploying your contract. Then when the script ends, Hard Hat will automatically destroy that local network. We need a way to keep the local network alive. Why? Well, think about a local server. We want to keep it alive so we can keep talking to it. For example, if you have a local server with an API you made, we want to keep the local server alive so we can work on your website and test it out. We're going to do the same thing here. Head to your terminal and create a new window. These windows cd back to your my way for the project. Then in here, go ahead and run npx hard hat node. So I don't think I need just reopen the terminal. It's already on the file. Just started a local virtual network that stays alive. And as you can see, Hardhat gave us 20 accounts to work with and gave them all 10,000 Ethereum. We are now rich. Best project ever. So right now, this is just an empty blockchain blocks. You want to create a new block and get our smart contract on it. That's the deal. And in the scripts folder, create a file called deploy.js near the code part. It looks super similar to run.js. So under the scripts folder, create a new file, deploy.js. Let's see. Why does my thing just do that automatically? If anyone knows how to turn this off, it would be good to know. I've researched on the past how to stop it from automatically putting things, but I couldn't find the answer. And it was too much work, so we decided to leave it. To try to figure out why that happens. Wait, there's get signers. Also the one. It's pretty much the same thing. Let me see here. Same thing from before. Think about what this does. The asynchronous function creates the deployer, which is the signer of the contract. Who's deployer? Yeah, this gets the signer from Ethereum, the address, constant allows deploying contracts with the account, and makes this constant, gets the address for this constant. Oh, this is the function that gets the address. This no, this is gonna display the address. This gets the address from the network, and then which is probably an object which contains this specification of this key on the object, and this is calling that key. Then account balance await deployer dot get balance to string. Then this gets the balance from the object, then converts it to string. Then you have token get contract factory, which is the same function in the run.js, which specifies this variable, attaches this constant to the document, to the contract. And these ones waits for the contract to be deployed. Then wait token.address, which is the address of the contract. Now the command we're going to run to deploy locally is npx adapt if I can do it. I can't write anything. How do I get out of this? I'm gonna have to close this and open a new one. Sometimes I get this issue where it just gets stuck. I never know what to do to get out of it. Oops. Just write start a new one. Make sure you do this from the my way portal directory from a different terminal window. You don't want to mess with the terminal window that's keeping our local network alive. So there we go. So this might not work because I closed the other terminal. Meters.getSigners is not a function. Is it meter? So why it's exactly the same? Oh, it's because of this paper here, probably. Let's see. Yeah, it's not connecting because it closed the different terminal, the other terminal. So how do I create that again? Yeah, how do I? Let's do this. So I didn't close the other terminal, I just opened a new one. Because otherwise I think it destroys the local network. Yeah, now it works, I think. Maybe not. Yeah, the plan controls the account, components. Artifact for contract portal not found. Get artifacts. So artifacts for contract portal. There's no answer. Yeah, should. I got this, but I didn't got the address. Hard Hardnet 700 HH 7. Maybe something I wrote wrong here. Everything seems to be correct. Artifact for contract wave portal not found. What is an artifact for contract? Compiling part was previously. I forgot the commands for compile. I think it was just let's try npx. Compile. Nothing to compile. It's so strange. Oh, there's a folder called artifacts. Yeah. Was it blind? Oops. One. I think this is the problem here. Oh, it's a typo here. That's the problem. There we go. Nice. So what's happening is that it was running, but artifact is just the construction, I think, for the contract. So because I typed this wrong, it couldn't get the contract from the JS file. This is what an artifact means. Just a construct of the contract in your file that you're trying to run. Yes. Okay. We deploy the contract and we also have its address on the blockchain. Our website is going to need this, so it knows where to look on the blockchain for your contract. Imagine if it had to search the whole blockchain for our contract. That would be bad. In your terminal window that's keeping your local Ethereum network alive, you see something new. No, here it is. This is stuff. Interesting, but what's gas? Gas is the fee for Ethereum. What does it mean by block one, number one? What's the big code next to transaction? I want to try and just Google this stuff, ask questions in course chat. Transaction is just a transaction that I think it made from in the local network, maybe. Gas is the fee, for mining stuff in Ethereum. The block is probably the block number that identifies this contract. Just give yourself a pat on the back. We've done a lot. Next, we'll be actually building a website that will interact with our local Ethereum network, and it's going to be awesome. Head to the course channel and know how this course is going so far for you. So which one I'm supposed to? I don't like that I have to put this image every time. Data's output of lam.js. This is this stuff. So what name can I give this? Block. We could help the other guy out from the Stack Overflow thing. Um, what were the sessions? Basically, qualifying session. Set up a basic rec that set up a MetaMask. Set up a client. It's time to start working on our website. Our contract is pretty simple, but let's learn how our front end can interact with our contract ASAP. So there are like 100 different ways to set up a basic rec project and deploy it. I'm going to show how to do it here in 10 minutes, and by the end, you actually have a rec app to deploy if it's on domain. Rapid. We'll be using Rapid. It is a browser-based IDE that let us easily build web apps and deploy this one. Them all from the browser. It's super legit. Instead of having to set up a full local environment and write commands to deploy, I'll just give them to us. Okay. Instead of having to set up a full local environment and write commands to deploy. Instead of having to do all the stuff with the compile and all that, documents everything on the website already. Make an account on Rapid before moving on. I think no, I used a different one for, it's called Pen, code camp. I think I've seen this before. I already created a basic React project that you can fork on Rapid. Just go here and near the right you'll see the fork button. Sure, logged in, then click this. You magically clone my repo and forward it in your browser to work with the code. Once it stops loading and shows us some code, click the run button at the top. This can take a solid 2-3 minutes the first time. Booting up a project, I made a quick video going over how to edit code on Rapid by get dark mode, it's not figured out. It made a mess. MetaMask is a wallet for everything. Next, we need an Ethereum wallet. There are a bunch of these, but for this project, we're going to use MetaMask. Download the project extension, set up MetaMask. Why do we need MetaMask? Well, we need to be able to call functions on it, but we need something to connect our website with our wallet so we can securely pass our wallet credentials to our website so our website can use those credentials to call our smart contract. We need to have valid credentials to access functions on smart contract. Sounds like an authentication. We need something to log in to the blockchain and then use those login credentials to make API requests from our website. Go ahead and set it all up. There's setup flow, speed, self-explanatory. Share link to on the course chat. Change up the CSS and text to be whatever you want. Maybe you want it to be more colorful. Maybe, yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna do the rest of this because I wanted to do what I want to do is from the local environment. I don't want to do it from and there's several lessons more. So I think I'm just gonna follow the rest of the lessons and see what it's doing each time and try to research things on Google, and then I'll keep going with the free code camps instead of doing this. Because this is just the purpose of this for me is just to get some exposure and understand a little bit more about how things work in practice and not necessarily build something now. So the first one. So this first part is connecting the wallet to the contract. Then update wait for it to randomly send lucky users waving at you some Ethereum. This is understanding how to send Ethereum to users or update user interface, build deploy to an Ethereum testnet so anyone on the internet can wave it through using the And the other thing I wanted to do, I think you can close this terminals now. Yeah, I need to initialize this. Just copy this stuff here locally to put it on GitHub. I'll do this later on. I think it's they changed something on GitHub recently. And then you need some password or something like that. Yeah, I think I'll cut it for now. And I might come back today later on. But if not, probably tomorrow. So we'll see you.